Hello. How's it going? Happy Friday. I hope you all are doing super well, or as well as you can. We're doing a PNGtuber night because you girls got a lot of gauze on her face, and nobody wants to see that. So here we're doing this for now. As you can hear, I am still very congested.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy.
You're legal. Oh, 21 months. Thank you, Alexis, for the 21-month resub. I love you. How you doing? As you can hear, my voice probably is still very congested.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy.
I don't know what's doing that. I don't know which one is fucking it up. I realize I do have alerts twice on my seed, but I don't know which one is the bad one. Anyway. What's the word that I'm looking for? Excuse me. Yeah. You're stressed, but the better half of my stress time. Is that a good thing? I don't. It sounds like a. I hope that you become less stressed as soon as possible. But. 50% of stress time is worse than the current stress. Gotcha. Well, I hope that it becomes no stress very soon. But until then, I guess I'll take the tolerable stress for you. Ugh, I'm partaking in a beverage, but it's making me gag a little bit, so we may not continue to partake in a beverage if that continues to be the case. I don't know. But the no stress will be Wednesday when you can sleep properly. I hope Wednesday comes as fast as humanly possible, girl. Let's get Wednesday just coming. Wednesday is my holiday Christmas office holiday party. Oh my god. I just bought an outfit for it because I did not have one that I wanted to wear. I'm going in. It's like in person. I will be wearing a mask. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm wearing my super cool long coat that I got, but I needed to get a different shirt to wear with it because the sleeves are kind of tight. So wearing anything that with like thick sleeves is just not gonna happen. So, and I bought pants too, which I didn't intend to, but I bought a whole ass outfit. So, shirt, pants. I didn't buy shoes, but that's okay. I have lots and lots of shoes. Fashion statement gauze nose? I mean, I'm hoping that I don't have to roll up with gauze nose. But if I don't roll up with gauze nose, I'm probably rolling up with tissue-filled purse. It's slowing down. Slowly, you want a sneak peek of the gauze face? Shabam. Gorgeous, stunning, amazing. Wow. And we're done. That's all you get. Not wearing any makeup. My hair is just pinned haphazardly. Was what? horse. No, okay. You can have my face again. They're like fairy tales. It's like fairy tales. Not horse. There might be a horse on here. Yes, somebody is riding a horse, but not in the part that you saw. Like on my pants. I believe you. I can see how you would think that. I never said you were dumb. No part of me believes that you're dumb. My nail started shredding itself earlier today, which was very annoying. And it started shredding itself from the side, too, so I kept getting hooked on shit. Okay. You're gonna work? Email? I didn't want to open it. I just want to delete all these emails. Alright, whatever. I'll do it on my phone. Really, what do you just have to wait till after Wednesday? Is Wednesday like your last day of work before the holidays? Or are you like going up to Connecticut? Like, what is Wednesday? Oh, your wisdom teeth. Oh, yes, I keep forgetting about your wisdom teeth. Yeah, you can't go in with painted nails for surgery. Pretty sure? Gotta be bare. Bare face, bare nails. I've really understood that since, like, it's your hands. They're not near your face. But, whatevs. We're the surgery girls this month. Oh, yes. That makes sense. See, you know these things better than me. One smart cookie. She felt smart. I will not be doing the tongue twister. Also, I shouldn't have closed that. Why did I close that? I'm a dum-dum. So we're playing this totally legitly legal. 100%. Blood oxy put on your finger sometimes cannot read properly depending on nail polish type. That makes sense. Good thing the nail polish on my nails is almost completely gone. Because I definitely didn't remember to take it off before my surgery. You have an MRI Tuesday? Oh, yeah. Can't wear nothing in an MRI. MRI is not for the wisdom teeth, right? I don't remember having to get an MRI for my wisdom teeth. I can only assume that's for a unrelated issue. You and me on the Hot Mess Express. Okay. Maybe I should... Really sad because I was going to buy something for Christmas, but I was waiting because I didn't want you to see it and immediately buy it. Now it's sold out. I don't know if I bought... I'm sorry. I don't know if I bought it. Why would I see it if you... Oh, okay, I would have told you. I'm very sorry. I'm still doing my... You're done. I'm done your Christmas shopping. I have been having a really hard time figuring out what to get Nicole. I need to get one little more thing for Maya. I've been struggling with what to get Nicole. It released early enough that you might have gotten it, not thinking Christmas stuff. Gotcha. You're being so cryptic. Is it gonna go back on sale at some point? Gotcha. That sucks. I am sorry. Alright, I'm gonna boot the game up. You're supposed to. Okay. That's good at least. I made an emulator specific scene in my OBS. We're gonna get this party a rockin' and a rollin'. Oh crud. Okay. I'm still figuring out this totally legit program. Shh. Totally legit. I'm playing it on my 3DS right now. You have silent beef with Nicole because if she handled the... I don't blame you. I obviously only tangentially heard about it, and I really haven't gotten the whole story of how everything happened, but I would love to hear your rant about it at some point. You don't have to do that now, but, so that it's not immortalized on YouTube. Let me just make sure. Okay. I started it a little bit. I think the problem is I didn't listen to the audio. I didn't. So we're gonna see if this has audio together. Welcome to Ace Attorney Apolojustice. Or Apolojustice Ace Attorney. Oh, it does have sound. Beautiful. Turnabout Trump. This game is kind of 3D. Like 3D graphics. I don't know. I try to just like know nothing about these games. Ooh. Yes, and we are definitely playing it on the DS. This game's from 2007. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. These cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. When's the most recent Ace Attorney game? The most recent one is the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I believe that got... They came out like 2019? 2018? 2017? Somewhere around that. Hold on. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles came out, oh, just kidding, 2021, apparently. I don't know if they're re-releases, though. Game was released. No, okay. The original game came out in 2015. And then the sequel came out in 2017. Like, The Great Ace Attorney. And then they were packaged together and re-released worldwide in 2021. I think they were just in Japan before that. Beyond that, the last game before that was Spirit of Justice, released in the middle of that. So that's like the last mainline Phoenix Wright game. Professor Layton was 2012. And then there's the Ace Attorney Investigations, which are Miles Edgeworth games. The first one was 2009 and the second one was 2011, but the second game never came out anywhere but Japan. So there's no localization. Anyway. Panicked. Palm sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. The voices are gonna be bad. Like, worse than normal since I am so congested. So, like, apologies in advance. Apollo is just going to be my voice, but we will see past that. Oh, good morning. Oh. Good morning, sir. This is not the okay, hold on. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Cords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Oh, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. Is this like our Mia? As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Ah! Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. Screaming, crying, throwing up. I'm not gonna spoil who this is, but I'm just... Ah! First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're... Fine, I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Oh god. Okay, yeah, I can see that, Alexis. I can see it. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time, shall we? Yes, sir. Well, baby Apollo. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. Wow, very cheesy. April 20th, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. The court is now in session.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is, fine. Ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. You quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. My client specifically requested Mr. Justice. This can't be the man everybody ships it with, right? No, it's somebody else. Yeah, not Gavin Kristoff. Okay, I'm not crazy. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn? Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? Apollo! Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Oh, my boy. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. Sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Right? Anyway. I love Beanix. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. My sweet boy. Look at his little sweet face. Man got disbarred and... anyway. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. The prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. It doesn't even look like the man? What do you mean? It does look like him. He's got the same face, just like 10 years older. Because I'm pretty sure he is supposed to be like 10 years older in this timeline.
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Payne, this is like the 5th time we've been accused of murder. Like, get over yourself. Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold.
Customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright, a pianist.
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice.
Grape juice? Is this like a localization thing?
Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Added to the court record. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Yep. Okay. Oh, it's very small. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. So go ahead to the blow to the forehead. Oh god. I did not think that this screen would be used to check it. Is this our look-alike, man? El Tigre. Oh, I'm not doing this yet. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Court record, right, I've heard of that. Yeah, I mean, I could change it, like, but I feel like this is the screen people actually want to look at. If it becomes like a thing, like I have to do stuff, I'll change the ratio. Whatever. Use the courtroom record button. Yes. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, the court record button. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. Does that mean it wants me to, like, do this now? Okay, hold on. See, I can do this. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how it goes with borscht. Oh, that was it? That's all I had to do? Okay. Oh, bottle is completely empty. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Okay. That's fine. The victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow? Jesus.
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
Traveler?
According to his passport, he'd been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
He had some sort of connection with the defendant.
That, too, is unclear at the present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
They had only just met, and why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had...
Oh god, excuse me. Doing that voice is not gonna work out well.
Nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skills. At least, not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
Well, yeah, okay.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Oh my god. The drama. Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards.
Beanix,
My sweet boy. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. I love him. Anyway. Sorry, I'm gonna be insufferable. I'm just happy to be back and see my sweet boy on trial for murder. Anyway. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interesting customers. Take on interesting customers over at the poker table. Oh, okay. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense would begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. At first, cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher and cross-examination? No, I know how to do it. Thank you, though. No need for help, sir. Here, sir. I like that I could say no. I appreciate that. Think I've got this one covered. Think you better do more than think. You know it or you do not. I'm fine. Cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons are press and present. Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. I know it. Inconsistencies. Lies. Phoenix Wright. As if. Phoenix Wright would ever lie. It's up to me to prove it. I don't know about that, but... The defense will begin the cross-examination. Okay. What is that? That was very fun. I'm just gonna press everything. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Papa! I love him! Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? The real job is to take on interested in post. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all.
Bah, I do detest pride. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. The fucking sass.
What?
I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Phoenix! Wait, you never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. You played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? Probably. Where we play are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It is quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All of the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there, that room. Okay. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch from the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. This one? Oh, that one. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good. Clean fun. Oh, it was all just good, clean fun. Why 2 decks of cards? 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. You alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Yes, there are. Precisely, cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. Crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards in the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5-card hands. I can see how it will be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. Yeah, what the hell was that? This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right! It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. That you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ugh! I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. It is your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Okay. That contradicts the testimony. Contradiction of rights testimony. Better check the court record. Yeah, let's... Okay. Time of death 2 a.m. caused by a single blow to the forehead. Okay. Sub-basement. Okay, can't examine it. Bears. Da, 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 da. Got it. I got it. Tell me what you prefer. Do you prefer it even like this, or do you prefer this? It's a little early if you jump to conclusions. This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. Fine. Okay. Really play it all. Take the customers to the table. Rules are simple. That's it. A game. Our customers are happy. Please silence. Objection! Oh, that feels so good. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Oh my god. I hate the puke green suit and the hair and I just... Ugh. Okay.
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling could damage the judge's ears at our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh? I'll get bigger when reading the inventory? Okay, I'll just switch back and forth then.
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
Means he was holding the bottle inverted. There's only one reason for that.
I know, his objection is very loud and very screechy.
Yes, to brain someone with the bottle.
Beanix looks so like, whatever. Mr. Gavin, things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. Oh, shut up, Windows Update. I'm doing a thing! What might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
Love a good diagram in this game.
Victor was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs and the hallway to go above ground. Call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call. First cell phone. Our cell phone we've still had for 7 years. It has not changed. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative. I say, Mr. Gavin, I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? Yeah. It's the first case. The reason is not that hard to figure out. How could you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
Hehehehe. You're as good as they say you are.
So, someone else in the room was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up to now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Yes. Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Beanix. Oh. Hello.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she's been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking hordes.
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. I have no fear. Any hordes pointed in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You
Are you sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is, okay. Oh, is she Russian? Can I do a terrible Russian accent? Now the prosecution. Oh, wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses' paraphernalia?
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
But,
oh, God. I need to get into it. Hold on. My name is Olga Orly. That's not good. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Yes, Mielta voice. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is named a restaurant. But also I perform, how is it said, other service. I take it one of those services is taking the customer's pictures. Like, for example, this one. Oh my gosh. That's the defendant? I'm so glad you're enjoying this, Alexis.
indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in white hat is who has gone kaput? Indeed, that is the victim. Hi, Cody. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop in our laps. In this same way, I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers, casually. And the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in room. The hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is a room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Oh my god. Bad guy? I fucking... Is the room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. That photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright is the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that... Excuse me, about that night's evidence. Here we go. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays the whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you could come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hasn't lost in 7 years!
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor, either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips, as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
I mean, yes, imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
Oh, I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, It does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip photo added to the court record. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Push on everything. Also, I kind of look at the oh, I can't yet. Okay. Customer asked me to deal cards for a game. Okay, let me. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but it's okay. You were dealing cards? Do you do that often? That actually, I did need to do that. But we have no evidence that they didn't switch seats at some point. Olga's photo. Yeah, so I want to look at this. They seem to be chatting. This is in the restaurant. Wait a minute. This is in the restaurant. Piano. This is the restaurant. Why is there like snow? Okay. Oh, I could do this thing again. Oh! Wow, the batteries are held up with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. It's because this phone is 7+ years old. Probably more than that. Like 15 years old at this point. Ah, I am doing this. Come on. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht cards, more borscht. It is my work. Good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with heads on, huh? It's already April. How could it be cold? The basement. It's fucking cold in the basement. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. That was really hard to say. Outside the city is spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, nah? Victim, he plays whole time with hands on locket at bed. His locket. Oh god, his locket? I believe it was good luck charm, nah? He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. Maybe he was cheating with it. The defendant would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I do that. It's probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. Doesn't... It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. I know! She's got muscles. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
What happened next?
The last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, done. Something terrible. Ah! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Miss Horley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. The man flew at the victim, strangling him to death. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Ah! Well, now I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps It is because defendant has lost game?
Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So as always is with men like him, winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. That customer, okay. I gotta present something. This is hit and lock it the whole time. This is where to lock it. And his hand is dumb as something terrible has happened. Man flew the victim is strangling to the death. Oh god, I don't know. Oh wait! Why would he be strangling him to death? To beat him to death with a... The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Sorry, but I can see nothing. What do you mean? Fortunately, I'll have to penalize you. Oh my god. What do you mean? It didn't strangle him to death. Oh, maybe I have to do the... Oh, crap. Oh, fuck. I hit it again! Alright. Okay, this one. I was on the right track. I just did the wrong piece of evidence. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? Well, that's odd. Nah, normal customers only joke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orly, really now. Did you witness the crime? Oh, very good job. Saying when you can't breathe out of your nose, very difficult. Looking at the picture, doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Oh, there.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. Thanks for giving us this earlier.
But I have seen it happen.
Oh god, I've lost it.
I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at the victim, his neck.
Oh really, Miss Orly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. I think you snatched the fucking locket off of him. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this one through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. That night customer asked me to deal... Okay, so there's something else. This is what I'm... I think he lunged at him. I took the locket. How do I express that, though? You know, there was one curious part about her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does that mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? I just had to look at it again. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? We are to believe this witness's testimony as is, that the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? I'm gonna hurt you, Alexis. Don't you dare. Taking it off. Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah! I'm telling you, I think he was using the locket to to cheat somehow. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. I love this man! Sorry for blasting out your ears, but anyway. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter!
I confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has a locket, too? Why don't I buy that? This is just a coincidence. Well, now, the results of this poker game lead to the murder. Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Excuse me.
Further testimony won't be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly.
Miss Orley. You will testify to the court about the gameplay between the victim and the defendant. Ah! Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. That's not noise. House chips come two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning? It was the victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Okay. I don't think there were any immediate lies. Are those the usual starting points? Were there any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. Each man begins with 3,500 points, and the total would be, exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. I would also struggle to add that together, Apollo, so, I'm gonna give it to the judge. House chips come two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Nah, of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Do it! maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chips off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a...
Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even?
Yet,
as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chips, 100-point chips and 1,000-point chips. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, did you find your comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Add it to the testimony. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you'll be so kind. Ah, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100, the other worth 2 kinds of all. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We're not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. Better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Of course.
Ha. Don't waste our time.
Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try to not embarrass me like that. Who, me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? The simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. I figured that I was gonna need to do that. Well, who was winning was a victim. I gotta do some math. Oh god, I need to maybe be able to see it at a larger size. $1,000. These are 1,000 and these are 100. Correct. This is not 3,500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10,000. 3, 4, 5, 6. 10,600? I mean, even if it was flipped the other way, it would still be more than 3,500. Okay. I guess it's this statement it wants me to do it on. I assume. Yeah, okay, the music stopped, so. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure?
Seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won.
You're not kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too, but the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. The combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carry 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, you add them up.
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You weren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
Why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right.
There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. The starting points are wrong. Both are right. Starting points were wrong. So the starting point totals. I don't know what that video is, so I think it's fine. The chip count was wrong. Both were right. Starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. I don't know. I mean, it's because it's the other way around. Like, the small ones are worth more money than the big ones. Chip count was wrong. Starting points were wrong. What does it starting points mean? Like, that's what I don't know. God. $3,500 for each, starting with 700. Okay, that's what they're talking about. Okay. I think they were both right. I'm trying to, like, I can't see the picture, obviously, so I've just been thinking about, I think they were both right. Each member gave the game 3,500 points. All the chips are indeed shown in this photograph. So let's see. I mean, this would still be more than 3,000. 3, 4, 5. I don't know. But there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips are worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why? That does make 7,000. Okay, yeah. I was counting, in my head I was counting 3,500. But yeah. Excellent work, Justice. Looks as though you figured it out by yourself. I mean, I did. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
Wait. Value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have a large number of chips still. Yeah, but Beanix had more. Exactly. The small chips are 1,000, the large chips are 100. Let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points. The defendant had 4,100 points. Well, now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible.
My client has even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Not yelling. Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Order, order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony at all. was that? What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but...
That's not her voice.
Did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, See what, Miss Orley? What do you see? In the last hand, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick.
Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in the last hand. This is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. There was not cheat. I think there was cheat on the victim. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
In the last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument now. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Pumpkin eater. One of them's eating pumpkins professionally. No, I don't think Beanix is cheating professionally. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker.
Can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards of the same number makes a pair, 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good, now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see player's hand in this photo. Each player's hand.
They both have full houses. They do? I mean, I can see the one person away. Okay, yeah, they do. I don't know why my brain couldn't wrap itself around Phoenix's hand. Looks like there's a card on his seat.
You forgot, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defendant may cross-examine the witness. He did cheat in the last hand. That still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Whoever's heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? The final hand.
Last hand, both men had full house.
4 of cards, the ace to king. If you look at both hands, cheat's more obvious. How is it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. Oh. And Mr. Wright's had 2.
Obviously cheating was afoot. Perhaps I should say a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Mr. Smith's hand
had 3 aces, Mr. Wright's 2. That's 5 aces in all. Okay, but how do you know that... Fifth ace.
Nah, should not exist, no?
I still can remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Mr. Wright's 2. Yes. Well, where did this card come from then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
Ugh. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice. You bet, I've no intention of staying quiet. Not me, no sir. I'd better find some contradicting evidence fast. With the argument, the defendant's trip was exposed to the bottle for Smith. This before or after the lock-in incident? Do you recall what the men were arguing about? I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are a cheater!" And then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection."
Shouting objection. Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life.
His voice has not been consistent at all. I'm sorry. I like Apollo's voice. However, Mr. Wright lost to the hand. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith. Humiliation from losing, even when cheating. That is what set fire to the defendant's heart. What did the flaming defendant do next? Okay. Mead. By bottle, are you referring to this? Oh god. Nah, the defendant uses this bottle to
This behavior is admission of cheating by the defendant.
But why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised at what it can be used as a weapon.
This juice is recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club. Da. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition. Now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice anything odd? Testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yeah, I had noticed that. Well, yeah. Let's get the truth about the cheating first, shall we? Okay. I had to present something to the cheating. Okay. It's probably this. I assume it's this. Yeah. Okay. Just get nervous. Here's the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? That's my name. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Oh no! Oh god, it's gonna make me point at something! A particular point contradicts the... Oh no, it is on the bottom! Oh, god. It's the extra ace. I don't know. I mean, is it the bottle is on this side? Oh, wait a fucking second. There are not 3 aces here. There's only 2. I mean, obviously, this... No, these aren't even the same ace. What the fuck are you talking about? Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, all right. It's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere. I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. Excuse me. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne.
Ugh, yes.
Players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? I mean, in my mind, it's the defendant's. Or the victim's, I mean. Yeah. There's the victim. There's a victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne. If you would.
Very well.
Okay. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it. I'm going. I have to change the aspect ratio of my screen. Okay. That's what I wanna see. Ba-da-ba. We cheated. Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? That's what you had to note about it? Okay. Yes, sir. I did it. I just did it. I just did it. Okay. Yep. I know how to do this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kristoff. I don't... Yep. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
That's impossible.
But I put that card in right's hand. Ah! Oh, she's helping him cheat. What was that, Miss Orley?
No, I merely said, that I have ink.
Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah!
I swear to God that's a lobster under that tray. Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Your Honor. Please recall the testimony we just heard.
It's impossible. But I put that card in the right's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Your Honor. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder.
Hello, Miss Minnie Moo.
Whatever. Where's your witness?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor. Seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out. See no point in prolonging the trial this day. Prosecution will need to make further inquiry. Oh my god. Inquiries. Well, I could not figure that word out. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards has a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook. Ridiculous.
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. That is true. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. I use different colored backs. If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Ugh, use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I had this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever, in the end, 1 card was the wrong color. 1 got into the mix, which means there was cheating. Yeah, a card slipped into the deck that would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, what was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. Could it be swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder? Well, yeah, thanks to the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When? I would think during the whole strangling incident. This is probably wrong, but happened before the murder. You mean during the game? I wonder. Huh? Why? Think. When you're playing poker, which side of the card faces your opponent? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Not something the poker head of the courtroom number 3 would be likely to miss. Alright, so maybe it's during the murder. Why would they have time during the murder? After. It's gotta be after, I guess. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Yes, but tell me. How do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cars are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true. That would be the blue card in question. Was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. So, it's for framing purposes.
Okay, this is going past silly and goes straight on to crazy. Ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Beanix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue? Oh god. I don't think it was either of them. Why would either of them do it? She meant to put it in his deck. So she thought it was in his deck. And then, why would Beanix would have no fucking reason to do that. He's just framing himself. Somebody's trying to frame Beanix. As always. When he swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. What are you suggesting? Hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, it wasn't Mrs. Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. I love his little face. I love his sweet eyes. He's got the sweetest eyes. Anyway, I love this man. New direction. We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. That someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first one was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after. Oh, I guess he swapped out Olga's card that she cheated in. And they knew, all they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case records, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. No, it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
Is it true, see? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal that information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Chapter 1. 11:52 a.m. That took 2 hours. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Oh god. Minimizing things on accident. Well now. I think you would know the answer to that. Ugh, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. Beanix! You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. It's just a picture of my daughter in here. Trucy! She's so cute. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. What who cheated that night? Was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. Are we gonna get the story? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest. But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. But to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker's all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language will become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. Where we play in LA Noir now? That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What is he talking about? But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. Real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. Yes, please. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, room number 4. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name or profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser? Yeah. Not. Oh? Name's Olga Orley. Oh, gosh. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I am a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley. Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. My last name sounds like, oh, really? Okay, she's not really Russian. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. I guess I'm gonna drop the accent, and I'm kind of sad about it. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you're currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith was a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Beanix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really? Oh, really? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. Mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I give him that. You'd have to slip free from a trap laid by... You have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers or... Oh, really? Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. That wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. I think Trucy was the one in the room, and I think she pulled the card out of Phoenix's pocket. And maybe swapped them. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Best laid traps. Okay. Planted the card like I was supposed to. This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make it a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining this legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. Wait, was this? Why, before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers. I mean to never go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Right, lost the hand just like he was supposed to. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it was obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. The magic card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. I agree, it is cute. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career, never has Quick Fingers Aurelie been so readily duped. The Aurelie is throwing me off. So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? But the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Next one, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well, oh, what the fuck? What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah. Miss Aurelie, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me? Quick Fingers Aurelie? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. Oh God. With my own eyes I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Aurelie, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? What in the whole... What? What is this? Whoa, what's going on? This sensation is coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Gotcha! Gotcha! Miss Aurelie, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what will remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Aurelie, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. Oh God. Oh God. Can we... Okay, the game isn't gonna let me resize it anymore, so I don't know. Is it this? Nope, wasn't that. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that. Yeah, okay, wasn't that. Of course not. What habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit. Ah! What? Let me get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. Okay, I don't lose anything. I don't fucking know. Probably not the hand of cards. I know, yeah. It's not that pic. Maybe it's this? I don't know. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crowd, okay, this had to be it. Touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. What? Apollo, that feels like a stretch, but sure. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? Was Mr. Smith the victim who was hit? Not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now it's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. I love his little face he makes. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Okay. Here goes the same testimony. That can't be right. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops came here. Yeah. That can't be. Absolutely not. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ah! So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. I knew it was crab or lobster. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Oh, cinematic. showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Ow. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? Oh, the victim was already dead, is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Oh, God, excuse me. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. Must have been me who was hit with the bottle and I'm imagining all this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir, I believe that as the defense in this case, we're compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big, fat liar. What? 3 were in the room the night of the murder. Defendant, victim, and her. She has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouncement of that argument was murder. What? I did it! I'm no killer! It's a trap! Someone's trying to frame me! Like you're trying to frame Beanix? What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. But Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. But the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person, excuse me. This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal. And we're in luck. A clue to the real crime's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the colors of the backs of the cards. Skidoo. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo? Think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear! Is it Christoph? Who is this 4th person? Because they had dinner together. Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? I thought the cards used in the final game were blue. Who thought Is it... As I expected. Your eyes and ears are sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How could he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, and it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Oh my god. Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? Hmm? No, nothing. Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff? You know, even I never take a joke this far. Oh, you know even I never take jokes this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happen before that game of poker be related? You sounded awful suspicious, my man. Not sure I follow Mr. Gavin. As I expected, before the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly. Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He's the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Yeah, fucking get him, Apollo. Oh, okay. Does this court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Abso-fucking-lutely. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. A2, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. When I finish this case, I'm gonna go get some cookies. I think we're getting to the end of it. Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? I do like the little effect. I don't know if previous games had that, because obviously I did not play them on the DS, but like, this is neat. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table with a photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at the Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates attached to the table were from your dinner.
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was, all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear that they passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be if that was all that really happened. I do too, Cody. He's so cute.
He's so cute! I love him. I love him so much already. I love everybody in this fucking game. Well, okay, that's a lie, but I just love them all.
I'm so excited to read fanfiction once I finish this game. When the trap fails, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss O'Reilly mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. We must have planted a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. I know, we literally just learned this like 5 minutes ago. When the hands were revealed, search would call him out. Then he would pull out the card and his snap shut. Not gonna lie, I started this game like, he's not Phoenix, but I really like him too. I know. That's like when I started Kingdom Hearts 2, and I was like, this isn't Sora. And then by the end of it, I was like, I love Roxas so much. And then they got rid of him, and I was like, oh, okay. I would be more mad about it being Apollo and not Phoenix if I did not just adore Beanix and the Beanix reveal. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I stuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice that I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon? Yeah. I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. How big is the mouth of this bottle? It's a good question. I think he like rolled it up really tight. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. The poker hand approves this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Dispose of the card in the bottle. Oh god. Okay, well now I can... Oh my god, I want to zoom in! Oh, there it is! Bottle is completely empty. Oh, just kidding. I thought the bottle is completely empty. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. Huh? No? What? Mr. Wright? Surely. ... isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
Oh, did he swap it? So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? That's why I keep thinking that Trucy's gonna show up. Because keep doing shit like that. In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. Just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Little did they know Beanix was a magician by the sounds of it. Beanix isn't, but his daughter. Made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get signal down to the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So, there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. I didn't see right to leave the injured waitress alone. He was dead. Was Olga just gone? But when you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. Guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Something's going on outside. I think Minnie is scratching at the door. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price for your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. Good thing. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. I don't know. Okay, that's the end of it. Blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. But yeah. That's true. Hat removed during the investigation. Yeah, this would have been the scene though, because they took the hat off to take the picture. So how would he have known that his head was bleeding? He was wearing a hat. Forgot about that shit. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. You put the hat on the head of the dead man's head? You wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why'd you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. Or all I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? Oh, really? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. I'm going to put a hat on the victim's head. Let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Oh, he's covering it up so Trucy doesn't see it. Trucy's definitely here. That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now we're all here. I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you turned out to be good? Turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. Maybe someone cracked that flawless bone china plate. Pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? Bone china plate? Okay, it was a spelling error. Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. Not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. How would he have known that? Because he was wearing a hat in the restaurant. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? I don't think it's pate. Pretty sure it's not pate. No way. Especially if he's saying plate, like mishearing it, and he's being corrected. Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Pate is a food. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. How exactly did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? To come down to this, has it, Beanix Wright? Order. I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
As the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. April 20th, 2:32 p.m. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this?
may I?
Oh, there she is! That's hurting my throat so much. Huh? What?
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
I'm telling you, Trucy replaced the card in the hand. She took the card out of Phoenix's pocket. He covered his head so she wouldn't have to see the wound. I love her! Trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace. Where do I remember that card from? It's the 5th ace! It's the 5th ace!
Mr. Smith.
Oh god. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. A 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, a splotch of red. Is this blood?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
I don't know how old she is, but I love her. She's so cute. This blood-stained card. I think she's like 7. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if she's adopted. I don't know if she's his blood. No clue, but I love it. This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl. I've seen her recently, but where? In the locket, dumbass! That's when it made the connection. Oh, she's so cute! Bloody ace added to the court record. Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. I say she's like 10, but Pearl looked 4. Yeah, she looks like 10-ish to me, but yeah, Pearl looked like an infant. They made her head too big and round. I mean, Pearl was like 6 in the first game, so I don't know. We'll learn soon, once I can look at profiles. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Good job, Apollo. Oh, it's Phoenix. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things do sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night. Everyone's taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to be at the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime. In other words, you'd have to be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Beanix, I love him. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. I'm gonna be all lies in every statement. You may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? The rage I sensed that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through a little window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. Not possible. You were still down there.
Did you witness the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going to be up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. I feel bad for him. That man, you mean Mr. Smith. He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job.
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be coming to settle an old score. I see what happened then. Went down to the basement, peeked through the little window to the hideout. A little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, real relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears have been unfounded? I'd be walking another match. Bad form, to say the least. So far everything he's saying makes sense. And right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout justice. Ugh. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ugh, there he is, the coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Friends like these, who needs enemies? My photo. You mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head, but he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
Bald head, unconscious girl, right holding bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least.
And we're back where we started. Killer was the defendant. Beanix Wright. Who else could it have been?
But why did you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Objection! There must have been someone else in there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I said what I just said. I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright is saying. Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us the reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card had been raised. Then you point to a reason. Yup. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? My reason is, this. Is that an ace? I think my dog is trying to come to this room. Why it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all. No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Oh, look at his face twitching. Allow me to elaborate. What if the trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. The moment of the crime, his hat fell on the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. I'm not really sure I understand why, but this is baseless conjecture. Baseless! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card could lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Oh, we're getting a 3D model. Oh! Oh, shit! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there's only one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Cody. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood in the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? I guess the second witness's position is the problem. The second witness, that would be Mr. Gavin, yes. The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours just now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word? Cannot see what the bloodstained card has to do with the second witness's location. I'm afraid you're more than a parallel. Oh, God. Okay, it wasn't that. They tricked me. They stopped playing the music. One more chance, please. I suppose. You think it over, Mr. Justice. Okay. There's a drop of blood on the card. Whose position doesn't fit? The victim, the killer, the witness is the second witness. That's not what oh, profiles! Oh, damn. Okay. I guess the killer, because, like, the blood was going backwards. No, it wouldn't be the victim, because, like, if it's going backwards, it wouldn't go on the table. I don't know. Well, it isn't the victim's position that's the problem. Don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah. Take a look at this photo again. Deep blood in this position. This little cutout kind of looks like gumshoe. Anyway, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we're sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Paulo, try turning the chair around. You're gonna make me physically turn— oh my god. The chair was facing the other way. It would have to be. Oh my god. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? You can? Oh my god. I'm wink wink on the 3DS. So, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. But that's amazing. I do have the game on my 3DS, and I might have to open it up just to do that. Let's test your reasoning and skills, shall we? Whose location on the diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? Is it the second victim this time? Or the second witness this time? The killer. The killer wouldn't have been across the table. second witness. The second witness doesn't matter. It's gotta be the fucking killer. Because he's not gonna kill him from there. Victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, would it be hard for the killer to hit from the front? Sitting where the indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes?
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. The victim was struck down where he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Oh, okay. There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Wherever the killer had been standing to strike the victim from the front. I keep forgetting that it's going to be down here and not. The killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was on something there.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard.
Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit it from above? Ha! Simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Huh? Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. I'm so excited to learn why he was disbarred. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime. Then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. Cover in the window! You see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown. Oh my god, I can't speak. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? What is it now? We'll look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? So this time it actually is the second witness. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is this the coolest defense in the West? Losing his cool? Oh my god, I just realized when I was reading the chat and I winked. I hope I said wink wink out loud, because I winked as if I was winking at the camera, and I don't have my camera on. I am wink wink playing my 3DS. don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window of that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? I did say wait. Okay, thank you, Alexis. Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigating team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? That makes sense. Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. Secret passage is a handy tool to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know what might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room is a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. See where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then, the chance came, and he took it. Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and shebang. Smack. Crash. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he couldn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Real quiet, Gavin. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Beanix, Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Yeah, Gavin? Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked. that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he's done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. Not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, but this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? Not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. Yes, they said this already, Apollo. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demanded explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. That is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. No. I see how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to gulp? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Oh, that was Beanix. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the oh, God. Oh, God. We're just gonna... Ugh. This could be one. Yeah, because the bottles are right here, and you would pick it up upside down. At least I would, but sometimes the game's logic is not very smart about that. This also could be like, as you know, grabbing it from across the table, but like it's already there. It's not that. It's definitely not that. Alright, I'm gonna go with my first gut. Oh, good. Thank goodness. It's actually easier to show you than to explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me, on the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. You see, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. You switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. That would make sense why the card is gone. Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottles? Where's your proof? Proof? Oh, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oh, hold on 1 second. Got an itchy eye. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Yeah, it's because we're not looking for fingerprints, we're looking for the playing card. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? Why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Oh my god, okay. There she is. There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Call that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling Devochka. That night I played to the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost that last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I stuck a peek at it. Found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. Oh my god. The bottles were swapped. Oh my god. Come on. The only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. The lobster. Pretty sure borscht is not made with lobster. I could be wrong, but pretty sure. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Beanix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Pate, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd professional, to be sure. That's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? A dark time is coming for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own court system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. I love his sweet little face. Well, that seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Beanix Wright, not guilty! Woo! Court is adjourned. Yeah, that was a 3-hour tutorial. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment of the defense. Yeah. I don't feel like reliving. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. It was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Oh, watch this animation again. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still getting started with your career. Speaking of which, you may be out of a job. Work for Gavin Law Offices after all. Still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago? That legendary trial? And at the middle of all was one man, Beanix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice at today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. This seemed, well, too perfect. I bet this was the forged evidence. The card? Did they fucking forge the card? You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really? Yes. I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that. Call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Oh, did I slap him? I punched him. Oh my god. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I could help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Apollo's got whiplash. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. 3.5 hours in. Oh my god, that was a long fucking tutorial. Jesus Christ. I guess we're gonna start the next one in a second. I want to go get a drink and some cookies. I'll be back in like a minute.
baby. Can you take this pill really quick and swallow it? Good girl. Oh, you're so good at taking medicine. Hi, baby. Oh, you're so wiggly. I had a feeling you were coming here when I left. Snoop around. I love you. You go lay back down in bed. You can't have my chocolate chip cookies. They're not good for you. I know you want them, but you can't. You're my fluffy girl, my stinky girl. Need a bath. There you go, baby. No. You know I moved the cookies to the other side. You're a little mooch. Alright. I severely apologize if you can hear my chewing sounds. But kind of have to eat with my mouth open because I can't breathe. Oh yes, please save. Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. That looks like Beanix. It is Beanix! It's Intrusi! Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... Oh god! That would look like Apollo. You die. Did I close the door on you, man? I'm so sorry. Hey, Bug. Did I say hi to Robbie? Oh, that was bad. Just accidentally, like, sniffed in. That did not feel good. Okay. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright and Co. law offices. Oh my god, there's a lot of shit in there here now. What is all this? Is that a bowl of spaghetti with the fork suspended in the air? Okay, Justice. Time to stop trembling. Oh, you must be here for the interview. Right this way.
Huh?
Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome.
What's with this girl?
Well, now, shall we begin?
Begin what?
Right, first things first. Any special talents?
Talents?
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. A little jazz it up, of course.
You think so?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me, defend. Give it all you've got. Don't hold back now.
What are you talking about? Can't just defend here.
First lesson, professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks.
We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
What? Defend? No?
Excuse me, but do you know where you are?
Huh? The Right and Co-Law offices, right?
Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you? You've met her before. Came here to meet the person in charge.
Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes? I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning.
Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again?
What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency?
Welcome to the Right Talent Agency, where you always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
Okay, hold on. 15. Okay, she's 15. So, she's either adopted or he didn't know about her until recently. Past 7 years. Okay. Actually, how old is my dear Beanix in this? 33. Which means he would have sired this child at 19? 18. Sired. I don't... Contributed to this child. That girl.
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
I can make her voice a little bit older now. Trucy Wright.
Here, check out our flyer.
So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people? Does that include you?
Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know.
Right.
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Well, the other person our agency represents is Beanix Wright, pianist extraordinaire.
Your dad, in other words.
Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there's many magicians who can't do magic.
At least you're optimistic. I'll give you that. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter.
That's right. After Daddy's quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it?
No.
I'm in charge of this whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
15? How old is Mr. Wright?
Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year.
I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. I want to know. About Mr. Wright giving up law. Because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
You know about that?
Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. so I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's at the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest till he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now. I'll, give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you! Oh god. The man has a lot of shit. That looks like the Steel Samurai. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh god, I hate him. Visitors, are you? Who? Hi, baby boo. The beautiful girl. You nosy with mommy. I know. You want my cookies. You can't have them. Go ahead, babe. Come on, mommy. Okay. There you go. Are you the doctor?
Yep, this Dr. Hickfield's the name.
Good morning, doctor.
Oh, hiya there, Drusy. Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. I mean, Miss Drusy, got any places you'd like examined?
Doctor. The nurse was looking for you.
Why, but isn't the daddy-o the cutest big little thing in town? Guess I'll be off then. Later, Drusy.
Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Oh, God. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. Go get him. Go get him. My father has returned home from work, I guess. That's actually seems weird because he's supposed to work till 11. So maybe it was my mom opening the garage door for some reason. I want to examine everything. Oh god, I have to do it from down here. Daddy, you stuck some grape juice in again! Doctor says you weren't supposed to drink that here. It has to be wine, right? And the, like, localization team just, like, made it grape juice. Drusy, look at the label. Oh, deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. Don't tell Drusy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. No clues here. Swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Boogaloo. They're all children's action shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Oh, is it like the card kid? 100% a local censor. It has to be. Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. Ooh, Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy.
Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Hey, she's attempting to clean up. Look out. You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Apollo's got some sass. It's not on TV. It looks like some sort of action hero show.
Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd.
I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know? Yeah. Try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story. Like, a lot of things, actually. Okay. It's the same. Is the bottle under the bed? No. Okay, that seems to be everything. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? B, victim of a hit and run. A hit? You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve. I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole.
You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay?
Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. It really is as lucky as they say. There's something that, well, this doesn't sit right. I can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. She's so big, not fat, or you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. He's so sweet. His hair got stuck in the telephone pole and stopped the impact. Cushioned his fall. Ah ha ha, my foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Hee. Oh, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So, why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. But you didn't come to the office of your own free will anyway? Didn't you come? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big! Thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. One of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to us, Polly? Polly! Huh? What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how much you can work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright. I'll hear what you have to say. You got it, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now, it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Alright, so who's this client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint. Al dentes. Oh my god. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. I'm the guy who knocked me to that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. Yeah, but I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know? Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. No more thing. You look into my accident too, wouldn't you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So who's gonna make me investigate this after all? Alright. I guess let's go. Hey! How long do you plan to make me wait, eh? Oh, good morning. Hey there, Truce doll. Sounds like your pop's at a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client. He's got a ramen noodle bowl on his head. And for hair. Hey, so that Polo fellow, eh? Oh, yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him here. Arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Polo. Don't worry, sir, about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked. It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? No, Mr. Eldridge from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Now you know the best noodles in town. Eldu's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldude, a client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldude. Oh. Anything for you, Trucy doll. I want to examine this place a little bit. I didn't do it before. I want to know the pasta. Whoa, that fork is floating. Not. I didn't even plate of plastic spaghetti here. Yeah, right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw Blake just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looks so real. That's what I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. These are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are the magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. Oh, no one plays here anyway. The neighbors complain. Guess Mr. Wright really can't play. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? That's right. This counted disease for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see? So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? Not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. That table doesn't look very sturdy. Excuse me. You never see one of these? It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. Not so bad with one myself, actually. Oh, I'm still learning. You can really make someone levitate with it? Show me. Huh? I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Okay, I think that's... All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. Okay, now I think I've got it. Well, hold on. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess that's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude! So this is still the spaghetti. There's also the strange photo of the... Okay. Alright, now let's talk to Ramen Man. So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldu. Guy Eldu's the name. Noodles are my game. Secrets in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passed the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. The fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and I picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh. There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So it was like destiny that you became what you are. Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I forgot it. I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldune's noodles. So tell me more about Eldune's noodles. You know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my mom's stand back in the Darkest attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bulb out now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand, gone. Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. That is not a whistle, but that's okay. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Now you just try to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. Closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. And then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Oh. Maybe some bums carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck. Good, huh? Wait, what exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course I make it sound so hot and salty, those 2 bowls kill a man. but I really need a defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. This is where I live. Drop by if you need any information, okay? Get it back today if you can, Polo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Now listen to ladies' problems now. Don't be crude. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Oh, God. We're doing this? She's 15! Panties. So they were stolen? My panties, yes. Right, panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Truce Doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. And when a thief came by and took them. My favorite pair. I ran after him. Give those back! I shouted. Wait! Well, that was certainly brave of you. I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. Yeah! We're getting the yikes in real fucking early in this one. Darn crying shame, yup. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. They look more like bloomers. I'll mark it on your map. Be headed home now. Remember, find my stand. There's an empty bowl in your future, Polo. Right. You help out Trucy Doll here. You help out Trucy Doll here, too, you hear? He's slurping on his own hair. Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We have no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list. Beanix right. Daddy's hit and run accident. Phoenix right. Daddy's hit and run accident. We had to I thought Apollo was calling Phoenix Daddy for a second, and I was like, oh? We have to find the one who hit him. Who's gonna pay us for this again? And the second item. Mr. Elgain's request. Find the stolen stand. For which means stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine. To find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets! Are you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see. A hit and run, a stolen stand, last but not least, stolen panties. How many times am I gonna have to say that? First accident scene. Oh, Jesus. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. It feels like Chinatown. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over here. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. Oh, God. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly spreading? Okay, husky. It's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Mush. Money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kintakai family mansion, little girl. Huh? You, get with the hair. You want something? But me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kintakai family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Oh, you're gonna ask something. Ask it. If you're man enough. Right.
Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitakai, wife of the 4th head of the Kitakai family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Looks to kill this woman be a mass murderer by now. Okay, I would like to examine the scenes. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right, fair. I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. Ah, you're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. Oh gosh, my headphones are gonna die. Plug them in. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I bet you do. I laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big. Kitakai family is pretty big around these parts. I'm definitely saying it wrong. I like the fox, it's so cute. Kitaki? That might have been what it is. Ah, that's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? We're clever as a fox and our teeth are sharp. So what's like a motto? You need a crest too, Apollo. How about the scales of justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thank you. Kitaki? I don't know. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right, called in an artist to do the job right. He's a third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. It's hanging on my kimono. So no, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Okay. It seems like most of it. I don't think I can turn around, so... Little Plum, that's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh, that seems seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters. Gangster? Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. Bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm gonna need some warm tea after this. Takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. There was a car accident here last night. Last night? Of course you wouldn't know about it, so sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and walked away? That's my daddy! Ugh, I should have known! One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo or capo? Probably capo. Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. Been cleaning up this mess this morning. Bah! Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. They found your father drowned in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You have my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. Then why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Did you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, you see. How noble of him. I avail myself to the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the streets to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Okay. Is that it? Oh, I could do this. Oh, hi. She looks familiar. I probably just seen her from... Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There was something about her. Too bad she seems in a bit of a rush. Yeah, right. What in the fuck is happening here? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now don't tell me where I can and can't go, you fellas. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady, is it, old bag? Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids, and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong. Oh, Detective Sky, we're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Ah! It's Lana! Or not Lana. Lana's her sister. It's... Oh god, what is her name? Oh my god, I'm so excited. She's back. Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. What a dose of experimental hydroxycellulose Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh yeah, that nice woman. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened to the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just got very excited. Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding! What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Something happened at your house, too? A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. I do want to hear about it. I definitely peeked the mic when I did that. So what happened at your house? Bloomas. Last night. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Me Me, Little Plum Kitakai, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? Sounds like it wasn't just my panties that were stolen. They got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Mrs. Kitakai's panties having much in common. I just imagine Miss Kitakai's... Kitaki? I don't know where I got Kitakai. Kitaki's panties. I know, we'll find your bloopers too. Great, show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Oh. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too? Oh, miss! Here, our flyer. The Fright Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office, we'll be waiting. Goodbye. Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know, she seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Okay. Scene of the stand theft. Oh, the stand. So, what's with this place? This would be Mr. Aldude's house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with this sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign. Maractus Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car's here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. There you go, Sonny. There you go, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowls gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Alright. Is this yours, Mr. Eldude? Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldude's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away with my stands. Get it back from me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Alright. Evidence. That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with that blue top there. They use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. You see what? Do you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew that what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. No, it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatches, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy, not bad at all. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light, indeed. Mr. Eldude's house is practically in the dark here. And it's a hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Rot needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? Just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. That seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients.
Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes out, environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. L2's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. That's quite a sign. I'll take it that no is posted old. Oh, you like it? I did it myself, I did. I had to write noodles, but I ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it smells a word all by itself. It spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Look, a doggy! Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. You're gonna get a bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Oh, little thing. Apollo, let's find that stand soon for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though, just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. Okay, is that everything? This house is, okay, well, it's old. That door sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. Does seem quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic seems pretty business-minded. I understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Oh, sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Oh, no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info in this Maractus clinic. We can ask Mr. L. Dude, he's our neighbor at all. And we should check out that garage. Where's the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Okay. So your stand, L. Dude's Doodles, was it? I passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of old salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, L.J.'s Doodle, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. It just was a stand I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time you bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy, it happened last night. Was blowing my whistle like always. Cry of the town, I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. As he started aiming for that late-night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Did that many people eat noodles for breakfast? I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. Pardon me, but put my sweatshirt on. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being. I took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look, there on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it! That's where the thief who stashed my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. Now you have to steal, make my loincloth. Make it my loincloth. That's some pretty girl's panties. The garage. Right, you don't think the thief lives there, do you? Feh. I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Hey, do you think that something happened next door? There's a police car out front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I bet. But he was at risk of giving someone food poisoning? That police car got here this morning, actually. Asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Feh. Not that I was surprised much. The doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming for him. Feh. The wrong crowd? Never you mind about that. Okay. I think it wants me to, like, further examine specifically the garage. I understand if there was an ambulance. Okay. Okay. Can I just present anything? Oh, look, I love the little personal touches. There's a shape behind the bottom of the bowl, or some hollow. However, when I touch it, the paint flaked off. Just to paste it on my hand with more professional care. For buying the cheapest paint you can find with cold professional thrift. Interesting. See, I'll do the bowl mascot. Mr. Salty, he's so cute. What a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? You can tell my bowls by the Mr. Salty logo. Mascot of LG's Doodles. They come to the stand, they sit, they drink deep from that bowl. And when they see the bottom, the face looks just like Mr. Salty. Genius, no? Very high concept. Can't play a trade if you don't love the tools, remember that? Yes, sir! Tracy has a thing for professionals, clearly. Okay. I asked about everything. Did I, like, not examine something? I got that. For that, and that. That, and the dog. Sparkly. Okay. Okay, that wasn't it. Okay, I guess maybe I missed something somewhere else. Oh, I can go to the garage. This is the place. This is where the penny snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Also, as a side note, as soon as we get to a save point, this will be it for tonight. Clues to a panty snatching? Clues, a pair of panties. Trucy? Did you try not saying panties so many times? That's not what I wanted. What is this, Fred? I'm gonna... There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. A couple of things. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath his tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. Wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Okay. That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved in the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue in solving the case. Wow! I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in there. What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! My panties! What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They come home to Mama. Can't wait to use them. You're gonna put them on? Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa, where'd that come from? How did that bowl get in your panties? My panties are extra-dimensional space. Can fit anything in there. They're my magic panties. One of my best tricks. Magic panties. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? You would have told me that a little sooner. Okay. Tucked discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, at least that's one case closed. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage. Anyway. I feel like I got everything. Oh, wait. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue for me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. No, I don't have the evidence. Hold on. Can I go back? I don't have the evidence. Sorry, yeah, I know, but I couldn't. Okay, so I've. Someone's here! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. A painted gold? There's a mannequin head waving us from the box. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? Screams something, that's for sure. Oh, I thought that this was like somewhere. Hey, kitty cat. Here, kitty kitty. It's not coming down. You do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in your hat. Do we get the fun step ladder? Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, it's called a step ladder. Come on. Step ladder. How's that different from a regular ladder then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form, at the essence of the thing. Let's talk about something else. Okay. Something about this car. Oh, I don't want to do that yet. Okay. I think I missed evidence somewhere. Because if there's nothing else here... No. Okay. So I think... It's not here. I think maybe at the park I missed something. I didn't really examine over here super well. There's a big trash can on the way to the park. Guess we should check that out. Detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them? These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in a car? The side view mirror. It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, when he took off his mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? The mirror. Anything else? I say, I'd really like to know what happened here. So no one goes in. What sort of face full of ambulance or what's it? Okay. I guess this time. People Park. Huh, kind of an odd name for such an empty place. Why did I stay in that? Hey, there's something written in the gate post. Huh? Oh yeah, it says donated by Big Wiz Kitaki. You think the Kitaki family built this park? So nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? Gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. Okay. Well, now I have the thing that I need. So. Chick. Okay. Hey, look at that! Mirrors are broken off. I have a clue. Keeping a clue for me. Let's see. Show him it. Just a clue of mine. Not what I wanted to do, but sure, we'll give it a little spin. Ooh, there's yellow paint on it. The clue is this. Whoa, this music is wild. Whoa, it's the same color and size as everything. Perfect match. I guess we could check it out. Look at this, Apollo. Just let this go in a car. There's a side view mirror. Looks like it was turned off. Yep, I know. We just saw that. Well, it looks like we've solved a case. Well, the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us, yep. Wow, you've been the pro and professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo! Huh? What is it? Now that we solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone for too long knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is really hardly a case worth reporting. There we go. Healthcare clinic. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? bad, Trucy. Not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old Daddy-O get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out, if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing! He found my panties so quick, almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maracas clinic. Ooh, the Maracas, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me of police cars parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Maracas clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors that clinics were making good money in a bad way. Bad. Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kitaki family? Did that on purpose. Someone injures you. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, you see. They use the Maracas clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Looked like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead. It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional courtesy? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maracas place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid? We solved the case of your accident and, found a missing article of clothing. My panties! That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop it if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Oh, God. Oh. You're the woman from the Kentucky place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter with you and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tyla. Tyla? I have a request. Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen. Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you could tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened in the park? So, what's your story? You frequent the Kentucky Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month, to be the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's, a gangster? Excuse me. Yes, but Kentucky's are locally responsible gangsters. Thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. It's Kentucky. I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know that a body was found in the park near the Kentucky mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. Excuse me. Shoes are rather unusual. Your fiance was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiance? Your fiance is the Kentucky family's only son, correct? His name is Waki. Waki Kentucky. Jesus. So I brought a photo. Oh my god, he looks like a weeb. Well, that's quite the photo. I know! Oh, he'd be so powerful and menacing, but so cute. But he's the boss's only son. Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right. My first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Letter of request added to the record. Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. Okay. To the park! Ooh, there's a motorcycle here now. So this is it. My first murder crime scene. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of, huh? Hit request. Why does it say hit request on it? This fellow must have used Kentucky stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Ah! Oh, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? Must say, used to be expected by the ladies. This is the first time I felt this way with a man. This is him. This is Clavier? Clavier? This is the one that they get shipped together. Mr. Gavin? I assume his younger brother. Oh, Fraulein. Oh god. He's German. What's such sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? This is not. That's not German. But we're gonna do it. Yes. Oops. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We would have a letter of request. You must be exhausted, standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Oh, really? By your leave, officer. No, we're not doing it. Yes, sir. Ah, very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! I'll try and learn a German accent during the week. Hey, what about me? Oh! On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Who was that? Ah! Apollo, look! A corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Yeah. It's not Lana, but I'm forgetting her name. Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy. Well, he was really more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glamorous fop. Always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? What is her name? Emma. Emma Sky. Emma Sky. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tyler. Thanks. Took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin here? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene. Doesn't seem that happy about it. Doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Okay, let's examine everything. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene, but we need to investigate. Investigations are being carried out by professionals, scientifically. Not gonna let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. Better check out what we came here to find, at least. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. Apollo, look! That stands! It says El Dude. Oh, I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Okay. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Okay. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never get a lucky break. Back after 9 years, and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life? He? Who's he? That's defense attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. Snack time. Oh god. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I'm receiving a lucky break. After the night. Okay. So it's the same. Maybe I have to present. Can I do that? Do I have to go all the way back here? I do. That wasn't it. Teacher's extremely busy. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. We're nowhere fast. Where's the profiles? I can't present profiles? Alright. I guess that's it. Okay. Let's see Beanix, I guess. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems. Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who? Me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem? No problem, actually. I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request is for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldu's noodle stand at the crime scene. Did you know? Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? Lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. Oh, no. Oh god. I've got an itch on my back and I can't reach it. Oh my god. You know her? You could say that. Yeah, she saved her ass once upon a time. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. 25. Very annoying that I can't, like, myself isn't there. Like in other games. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh wait, maybe you know the other guy too. That other guy? The shiny prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucies. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. Looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? I guess he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier? I'm gonna have to figure out how to say this man's name. Gavin. I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna bother me.
Klavier.
Clavier.
Klavier.
Clavier. Clavier. Clavier, or, okay. Clavier. Clavier Gavin. Rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'd be. Okay. Hello, I'm back. I think my internet went out for a second. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm back. I don't really know what happened. My internet just like stopped functioning for a moment. But we're back. We're rolling. God, I hope that this chapter is over soon because I'm getting really tired. Oh yeah. I was like, oh. I didn't skip anything though, so this is where we stopped. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. You think it's cocaine? Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, tell her I said hi. Alright, let's go. Under the silk top hat. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more suspicious. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Yep. That wasn't the right place to go. Oh. Oh, Mr. Eldude! Hello? Looks like he left. He found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Oh, what a bummer. Okay. This one is what I wanted. Take that. Does this ring any bells? Oh, is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how'd you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Tracy Wright, Beanix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, well, I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? Guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories? If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, he's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Alright, let's examine everything. There's got to be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans, go ahead and knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look! Another pair of underwear. Wow, Paulo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine! But these have been stolen too? Bloopers added to the record. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. You think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What, you think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah! Taking care of business, little plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Oh, lingo! The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. Oh god, I can't wait to change my gods. Police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. Handprints on the shiv. Oh, let's dust it for fingerprints. A handprint? Well, there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Oh god, okay, we're gonna choose a fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick one you want to analyze. Probably this one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Just touch the screen like this, see? Okay, well, the oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on. And blow it off. Blow? Oh god. It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together. Oh god. Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Important that you cover the entire fingerprint with powder. What do I do? Oh gosh, it works! Oh my god. I'm sorry. That's probably awful in your ears. Quite impressive. Next to match the print. The police office has samples that you can tell whose fingers this prints belong to. Doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. Probably have a good idea of whose knife this is already. Yeah. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Oh, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look, sharp spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Okay. And this is Mr. Eldu's doodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldu in big letters, doesn't it? That mark on his paper lantern looks familiar. It'd be a little weird telling him what with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right, congratulations, Apollo. That leaves us with one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Okay. Thought maybe there was something different. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo, I bet the victim was gonna have a picnic here. I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. I guess the tarps... Please put these tarps here after all. Okay. I guess that's... Can I talk to you now? Yes, thank you. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Oh boy. Okay. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. Unlikely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... this man. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldu's Noodles, Mr. Eldu himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. You keep calling us kids. You and Apollo are the same age, my man. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky, huh? I was out of the country for a while. Came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left, but Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current, state of affairs. Can you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki-Kitaki. Waki-Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently, in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's a physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, the water-related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Baractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here. That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over there. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do, but we have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I could live without. Alright, I think when we go see our person, that'll probably be the end. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winifred Big Wins Kentucky himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you! You're the one on your way out, old... Oh, they're here. Oh gosh. Whoa, this guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron? You Waukie's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Win Kentucky, 4th head of the Kentucky family. Capiche? Actually, I came to speak with your son. Mr. Justice? Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiche and capiche loud and clear. You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. Well, you got cat whiskers on your face, so... You know, I wanted to go to the clinic. I like it here. You must be Waukie. A G's not a G till he does hard time, Bizzo. Bizzoy. You'll see when I get out of here, things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ha! You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me. Don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. So much for talking to our client. But we made so much progress today. I even found my panties. I had fun, at least. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot it's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. Doing a little dance. You can't see it, but... Oh my gosh, yes. I'd love to save my data. Alright. I am praying that it's just saved. And if I exit out, then it'll just... Oh god, I'm praying. Praying that I did save, like the way the game did, but there wasn't another I did a save state, but I don't think those save past, like, the instance that you're in. So I don't know, who knows. But anyway, Thanks you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Hopefully by next week, I will not have a large piece of gauze taped to my face, and we'll have a regular normal stream, and maybe I also won't sound so congested. But I'm not going to promise anything, because it's me. And I'll only be about 3 weeks into my recovery of 6, so, but we'll see. Next week should be a normal stream. The week after, I gotta see what's going on. I'm pretty sure my family starts to come in that day, so we might have to do like a Wednesday stream, but Cody streams on Wednesday, then I will not do a Wednesday stream. I don't know, I gotta see what his schedule is. I can never remember it, because I have an awful memory, but, yeah. I will stop rambling. Thank you again for hanging out. I love you guys. I'm so excited to be back in the Ace Attorney world and journey with Apollo Justice again, because I desperately want to read fanfiction, Ace Attorney fanfiction, and I cannot do it until I know these characters. So, thank you everyone so very much for watching. I truly appreciate it. You guys are the best. I love you so much. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and an amazing weekend. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.